Уф. Там... Ты зараз заплатишь. Прямо сейчас. И вот такой. Хм. Было, да? Ну да, казалось бы, тут прикольная тема была с задержанием его и потом возмездием. С другой стороны, что у меня есть? Лечилка, прыгалка, тень и... Ну, возможно, да, вот насчет защиты подумать. Ну, все же. Так, сколько мне? 132 метра. Ну, скорее всего, это сюда бежать, да.
It's locked.
Чувак, не очень, да. Давай заглянем. Давно не заглядывал в мусорки. Я, короче, со временем понял, что хватит. Я могу попасть. Отлично. Ну и погнали, посмотрим, что тут.
I cannot enter.
Cannot enter. Там такой значок был, что мы, значит, еще здесь побываем. Пау. Погнали, ладно. Это как у Куплинова, знаешь. Па-па-па-па-па-па-па-па-па-па-па. Или как там? Па-па-па-па-па-па-па-па-па-па. Хоп. Или что там говорит, или ничего не говорит. Эй, привет.
The West End. Never have I felt so sad to be back home.
Так ты своесторонний, друг мой. Откуда звук? Ага. Давай, я рад помочь. Где? Кому? Скорее всего... Иди сюда. Цыпочка. Ну что, иди сюда. Вот тогда будет хорошо. Но если на меня таких парочку, если рассыпается, будет меня действовать? Нет, не будет. Так, ну я еще помню, здесь еще один есть.
You London vampires are so weak!
Да блин, мне один удар оставался. Один удар. Я, блядь, прошляпил момент. В тупик себя загнал прям в угол. Шляпа. Ну че я поставлю? Блин. Еще яблочко решил похавать. Слушай, да, вот это вот. Давайте немножко кроем его. Очень сложные соперники, противники.
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. Do you need help, sir?
I think I'm fine. But what happened to my jailer? Be careful. He's as vicious as he is strong.
You don't have to worry about him anymore. What happened here?
I am Tadao Kimura. I was imprisoned by this lunatic for several days. I thought I was going to die here.
You're not going to die now, Mr. Kimura. If you hurry, you should be able to get home safely.
It seems that I owe you my life. You have all my gratitude, Dr. Reed, since it is the most precious thing I possess.
Goodbye, Mr. Kimura. Take care.
Best be moving on. Watch yourselves! There's one of them! He's dead!
Жди, бродячие искали. Но еще нет. Давай. кусают для того, чтобы успеть восстановить выносливость. Вау. Скали. Не агент Малдер Скали, а Скали. Скали. Сейчас прогуляюсь, посмотрим, что тут еще есть. А, и отсюда нельзя. Отсюда нельзя, оттуда нельзя эту дверь открыть. О, по-моему, такого еще не видел плакатика. Там еще есть один парень. Меню слепого.
A restaurant where the guests are blindfolded before being seated. Intriguing.
Закуски, загадки, таинственная тарелка, изысканное послевкусие, основные блюда, изящный сюрприз, чудесный аромат, утонченное любопытство, десерты, сладкая тайна, горячее и холодное удивление, революция вкусов. Предупреждение. Прежде чем отвести посетителей за столик, мы надеваем им на глаза повязку. Мы призываем насладиться блюдами, прибегая... Слушай, мне кажется, блин, ну, это либо обман, либо одно из двух.
It's locked.
О.
There's one of them vermin.
Так, что у нас здесь? Шоколадная лавка. О, это интересно. Хо-хо-хо. Весьма, весьма. Чип-чип. Вообще красота. Ух ты. Впервые я могу себя видеть. То, что видно столько, это здорово. А что, он заплесневел, нет? Нет, здесь все аккуратно, вкусно. Так, дверь-то мы открыли, но она мне не нужна. Я по второму этажу еще хочу прогуляться. Здесь ничего. Да, скалит, я поубиваю гадов. Спасибо, блин. Блин, написано было сразу. Убиваю.
More Braille. I should bring this to Mason Swanborough.
Отлично. Еще письмо. Блин, да я только второй текст по Брайлю нашел, их 4. Это сколько мне еще всего предстоит, оказывается. Так, ну ладно, здесь я все зачистил. Так. Тут я еще где-то не был, а вот я не ходил туда и вглубь. Вглубь острова. Хе-хе. Так. Окей. Так, эти ворота точно открываются, я их открывал. Ходячий скаль 26 уровня. Уф, их тут трое. Раз, два. Да-да-да, от взрыва там просто все плохо. Давай еще. Так, туда повыше. Так, я здесь зашел. Давай этот уровень зачистим. С другой стороны. Ладно, там есть выход. Пошли здесь тогда зачистимся. Угу. Тут все очень тяжко. Очень богатый район. Так, ладно. Сразу сделаем пару вещей. Так, что мы можем улучшить? Тут была Вассейма. Нет, вот это. Да, отлично. Что у меня сейчас? 272. Идеальная булава. Здравствуйте. Да. Так. Честно, вообще не понимаю. Ну, то есть, ну окей, сделаем это 27. И чё? Вот сейчас переделаю, например. Ну, вот сейчас у нас 24. Вот, ну, посмотрим. Идеальная булава. Отлично вообще. Двустволочку улучшим тоже вот. Но такого уже не хватит. Так, здесь что? Так, огневая мощь. Изменяет урон от оружия на огненный. Эффективен против зверей и вампиров. Уф. Уф. Круто. Еще подумаем, а пока... Что тут у нас? Отчет перезарядка 15. Будет 12. И 12 еще 25%. Это ну, около 10 секунд. Типа 10-10. Ну, лучше я сделаю вот так. Да. Ну, и здесь, конечно, вот одно из этих. Но что мне гидроксид натрия, либо белый фосфор. О, белый фосфор. Звучит. У меня ни того нет. Поэтому пока что сделаем вот так. Да, и надо найти еще 2 бритвы, типа. Часть хорошей скорости. И будет, конечно, вообще смак 730. Пау! Еще плюс 10. Уф. Блин, ну двухстволочка. Фарш. Так, хорошо. Да. Надо бы заскочить к Тому, кстати, сказать, чтобы они уезжали, потому что этому району будет пиздец. Я хочу все зачистить. И я пойду зачищать. Зачищать. Чищи. Где бы ты ни был, я тебя найду. Кто же тут, что ж произошло? Ух, так. Человека. Козлина бородатая. Ну ты серьезно вообще перец. Ну, значит, 30-й уровень. Это весьма хорошо. Ладно. Уф, это куда я там собрался? Ну, куда бы я не собрался, я готов. Ну, он 30-й уровень уже. У меня 20-й. Ну, хорошо. А что тогда мне прокачать? Надо думать, что прокачать. Ну, это оставлю на завтра. Завтра еще позадрочусь. Канализация в темпле. Здесь должны быть скали или звери. Точно не эконы. Впервые открыв, ничего оттуда не появилось. Живи. Ух, какая мега огромная. Леон Августин. Ух. Мам, дорогая. Бум. Дать, короче, со спины, если пропускаешь удар, то все. Ага, Леон Августин. Нифиговенько, Леон Августин. Это чего мне такого интересного? Каким бы средством против него, а? Вот это интересно. Леон Августин. Давай теперь. Знаю, куда идти. И чего ожидать. Там Леон Августин какой-то. Леончик. Ну давай. Не знаю, правильно я сделал, что его прибил раньше времени или нет. Мне кажется, я довольно-таки много сценарных ходов рушу, играя вот так, как мне вздумается. С другой стороны, это же здорово. Здорово, потому что это не линейность. Вот захотел ты пойти и убить его, пошел и убил. А дальше? А дальше будь что будет. Что, с него ничего не выпало? А, с него выпала бумага какая-то. Августин. Извини, Августин. Наверняка был бы гудгаем. Меня зовут Роберт Тейсдейл. Тому, кто найдет это сообщение, пожалуйста, помогите мне. Несколько дней назад исчезла моя дочь Луиза. Последний раз ее видели в местном баре. Не в том, в котором она работает официанткой, а в другом, в танцующей форели. Два свидетеля видели, как она ушла оттуда с неизвестным мужчиной, возможно, иностранцем. По округе ходит много слухов о том, что здесь пропадают люди. Я убежден, что кто-то похитил Луизу и сейчас держит ее где-то неподалеку. Я знаю, что полиция мне не поможет. И ведь у нее сейчас более важные дела. Поэтому я решил сам искать ее. Если вы найдете это письмо, знайте, что мне не удалось ее спасти. Луиза хорошая девушка, она заслуживает подобной участи. Не заслуживает подобной участи. У нее среднее телосложение, темные волосы и шрам на правой щеке. Пожалуйста, найдите ее, завершите мою работу. Да благословит вас Бог. Друг мой, Роберт Тейсдейл.
Louise's father was determined to find and save her.
Я отыщу Луизу. Я отыщу ее. Я отыщу ее. А как? Как не попасть вниз-то? О, да. Я еще увижу. Да, отец бы это не смог сделать. Хотя, он старался.
dare you interfere with my hunt?
How long are you gonna keep me locked in here? Let me go, you bastard! Nasty arsehole! Vampire or not, I'll never be alright!
Are you from Ascot?
Let me go, you bastard! How long are you gonna keep me locked in here?
Один удар, блядь! Сука, блядь, сука! Когда все делаешь правильно, блядь, и... Фак. Черт, вообще, просто буду чай налью, успокойся. Один удар остался. Сейчас только опять... Смотрим, откуда начну. Окей. Где же? И вот кучу мышей. Прям... Без крови я не вывезу. Мне нужна кровь. Хотя бы для начала. Где-то было мышей. Мышки, мышки. Я ваш сыр. Короче, неизвестно, где мыши. Ладно, будем так сражаться. Ну, это прям было очень много мышей. Я еще подумал, к чему столько? Ну, ладно. Были мыши. Нет мышей. Будем без них выводить. Просто вот тут вот как раз таки, да, 30 этот уровень.
How long are you gonna keep me locked in here?
Ах ты жук. Ну он какой-то... Блин, за час ни одного гостя.
Vampyr will never be your wife!
This is my territory.
Disgusting arsehole! Vampyr will never...
А, нихуя, так он успел, типа. Уф, капец. Не, я смогу победить. Я смогу. Ну, как я понял, оглушающий удар на моем оружии не особо-то помогает. Я убил какую-то гориллу невероятную, а странного экона не могу. Ничего себе.
How long are you gonna keep me locked in here? locked in here.
Просто в один удар! Да как ты это делаешь? Сука, ты такая мразь! Как ты это делаешь, блядь? Я тебя почти убиваю в один удар. Пожалуйста, распишись. Просто вот этот какой-то смертоносный просто до ужаса. Понимаю, что разница в 10 этих уровней это дофига, но я уже просто 2 плитки шоколадки съел, 2 ломтика, дабы успокоиться, потому шоколад кажется настолько вкусным, но нет, аж голова болит. Но сегодня, конечно, я смачно в этот в PlayStation залип весь день просто, не зря башка болит. Так, давай попробуем еще разок.
Disgusting arsehole! Vampyr or not, I'll never be your wife!
This is my territory.
How long are you gonna keep me locked in here?
Stupid newborn.
Disgusting arsehole! Vampyr or not, I'll never be your wife!
Ну да, но нереально, я уж что только не делаю. Ну я не сдамся, нет, пока не победю. А я победю. Вот я уже с ним минут 15 возюсь. Я смогу. Вот верю, смогу. Я в самый первый раз туда запрыгнул. Самый первый. И у меня оставалось ему один удар нанести. Но он тут свой разящий. На! И у меня полжизни как не бывало. Вот гадина. Как пелось в одной украинской песне. Я не сдамся без бою. Так что не сдамся. Просто столько сюда идти, я лучше эти 20 минут там позадрачиваюсь и... Бам, бам, бам. 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 Интересно, он жизнь восстанавливает? Да, восстанавливает. Подонок, а я же не знаю. А я забыл, кстати, что у меня это есть хрень. Так вот воткнул в себя еще в первые разы. Сейчас у меня всего одна осталась. Кретин. Ну сейчас я знаю, что это сделать. Это же этот. Блин, а интересно, сколько отнимает? Шик, типа оно там 150, 150, это, короче, 250, 300. Сейчас я чуть-чуть иначе все сделаю. И мы его завалим. Это вот к разговору о том, что нужно менять свои способности в зависимости от того, с кем дерешься, от противника. черный чай с молоком и с сахаром помогут мне в этом деле. Вперед, мистер Рид. Давайте убьем этого Экона. Смаклат and the floor, смаклат the миссомо. Ай, забыл кое-что поменять. Бэнк. А хули теперь толку менять? Бум, в одно. Иди ты нахуй. Эх, не повезло мне. Надо его как-то уложить, но его фиг уложишь на самом деле. Так, шоколадку больше не ем. Потому что он сейчас сам затупил, сам не сделал то, что хотел сделать. Больше жидкости, побольше жидкости. Так, сегодня выпил одну таблетку, потому что сейчас надо будет вторую выпить. Фак. Сейчас выиграем. Забыл. Сам такой типа. Это называется в порыве желания, наверное. Так. Да, бездна. Вот, через 100 секунд мы это сделаем. А пока мы тут пройдемся. Какая-нибудь что-то горит. Ну, типа дрова. Ну-ка проверим на тени. Тени есть здесь? Ну, какие-то есть.
Disgusting arsehole! Vampire or not, I'll never be your wife!
Угу. Давайте дружно посчитаем, сколько нам осталось. Время 13 еще пыта, да? Это, ну, уровня до 20. Ну, с какого-то уровня здесь? А? Мистер. Куда побежал? Your territory. Да, а 600 это вообще немножко. Давай проверим, а что ты восстанавливаешь, не восстанавливаешь здоровье? Я не тороплюсь, я буду пить чай, жевать еще один ломтик шоколадки. Если только ты не восстанавливаешь здоровье. Я буду тебе по чуть-чуть. Каждый... Сколько там? Не помню сколько. Сейчас мы глянем сколько. Каждые минут полторы будем тебя убивать. Да не, 90. Да. Восстанавливается у него здоровье-то. По итогу-то оно восстановится, да?
I'll never be your wife.
Your prey is mine now.
Ну ладно. Сейчас еще разок-то сделаю.
How long are you gonna keep me locked in here?
А потом в тени подойду, кровушку пососу. И попробуем опять драться. Ну, я понял, что это бессмысленно.
Disgusting asshole!
Ну, слушай, а ты... Ням-ням-ням-ням-ням-ням-ням-ням.
How long are you gonna keep me locked in here?
Воу-воу.
Disgusting asshole!
А, я быстрее был, слышь? Да я быстрее нажимал. Так нечестно же. Сука. Окей. Сейчас проверим. Блин, восстанавливаем свое здоровье, а? Прикольно, прикольно. Ну, как бы честно, да? У меня оно восстанавливается вроде как медленно, но восстанавливается. И у них. Так вот. Бить, убегать, и подбегать, снова бить, потом опять убегать. Не особо выйдет, получается. Блин, а я Илюхе так и не позвонил. Да, сволота! Полчаса сражался с этим говном поганым, блять, сука. Злость берет. Что-то выпало из него. Что из него выпало? Вот он. Ух ты ж, елки-палки. После тяжелейшего путешествия наконец-то прибыл из Манчестера в Лондон. В городе чувствуется печаль и отчаяние. Здесь будет несложно найти женщину, которая мечтает избегнуть смерти. Сейчас, секунду, успокоюсь что-то. Я мечтаю о том, чтобы как можно быстрее приступить к исследованиям. Скоро я уже не буду девственником. Приехал из Манчестера в Лондон, из столицы, чтобы девственности лишиться. Через пару дней он пишет. Камера готова. Осталось лишь найти подходящую кандидатку и привезти ее туда. Она будет прекрасной и ласковой, с хорошим характером. Я уже испытал мою способность к убеждению на нескольких женщинах, и чаще всего она работает. Но я не хочу, чтобы моя будущая невеста была покорной. Свою силу я применю только для того, чтобы привести ее сюда. Затем я расскажу ей, что собираюсь сделать, и позволю ответить согласием. Это важно. Моя женщина должна по доброй воле согласиться навечно стать моей женой. Еще через пару дней. Кажется, я нашел идеальный вариант. Ее зовут Луиза, и она очаровательна. Она работает официанткой в баре, и я обожаю смотреть на то, как она подает напитки. Сурово и гордо. Я уверен, что она примет мое предложение. Когда она станет моей невестой, кровь вампира изменит ее. Раны на лице заживут, а шрамы исчезнут. Тогда она обретет идеальную красоту, которую сейчас вижу только я. Ничего не понимаю. Луиза мне отказала, пишет он на следующий день. Почему? Я обещал ей, что не стану ни к чему ее принуждать. Возможно, я просто ненадолго дам ей поголодать. Тогда она поймет, что у нее только один вариант – стать моей женой. Но это было тяжко. Придется улучшаться. Что ж, Луиза. Ради твоего отца это было все.
Miss Teasdale, are you all right?
How do you know my name? Who are you?
My name is Dr. Reed. I managed to track you down thanks to your father.
So my father really was looking after me. This man, this vampire told me my father was dead. Is it true?
I'm afraid so, miss. I'm so sorry for your loss. But you are free to go, as your abductor is no more.
I suppose my jailer also killed my father, didn't he?
Thankfully, he did not search your father's corpse, where I found his notes describing where he might find you. You should read them.
I must find my father's body. He deserves a proper burial.
Goodbye, Miss Teasdale. And...
Где-то здесь можно было выйти по-быстрому. Я хочу это сделать.
have this thirst for blood.
Блин. Помнил же, что где-то рядышком есть выход. И нет, блядь. Убежал за 3-9 земель. Ну, выйти я хочу именно там, вот, где я сейчас вспомнил, где есть выход. Нет. Помню, что где-то там, не поблизости. А, именно вот где. Все, я сейчас добираюсь до дома. И все, и сохраняюсь. На сегодня хватит. Лучше пойти посуду помыть.
Good evening, Miss Price. How are you tonight?
Dr. Reed, I didn't know you had returned from the war. I had a new doctor when you left, but he's not as kind as you.
Always glad to see a former patient in good condition.
Too long indeed. And as a token of my appreciation, I'll grant you the best price if you fancy buying anything from my humble shop.
What can you tell me about?
I'm still managing my shop.
Really? Have I changed that much?
Don't get me wrong, Dr. Reed, you're still handsome. Just maybe a little bit wiser, more serious.
Tell me more about yourself. No new fiancé?
Who would marry an old bat like myself with a grown daughter and a little business? As you know, I only fancy handsome men like yourself.
Have you noticed anything?
Other than you coming back to cheer me up? Nothing at all.
Does your daughter still worry you, Miss Price? I remember you were often concerned about her health when she was younger.
Have you not seen Carol since you returned? She's almost a young woman now. But she'll always remain my sweet little baby.
So you're less afraid?
Something...
You have every reason to be cautious, Miss Price. Especially in these difficult times.
Maybe you could talk with her, Dr. Reed. It would be nice to have a man here more often. We would both feel safer.
Why would her innocence...
She does not realize how cruel life can be. Maybe I was a bad mother to protect her too much. My poor dear Carol.
May I look at your goods?
It's always a pleasure to have you here, Doctor.
А сколько мне времени-то надо? Вижу 2. Что я не помню, сколько мне надо алюминия.
Dr. Reed, I am glad.
Слушай, как мне? Может быть, там под землей, блядь. Ну ладно.
Good evening, sir. May I ask you what you're doing?
I'm conducting an investigation.
And who are you, sir?
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed from the Pembroke Hospital.
I'm Detective Inspector Charles Albright from Scotland Yard. And I don't find your answers convincing. What is a Pembroke doctor doing in the West End at this time of night?
I'm here on my own, sir. I have no official appointment, other than my desire to save lives.
Then we have the same objective, sir. The difference is, to catch my suspect, I use a magnifying glass and handcuffs instead of a microscope.
What can you
I'm the one asking questions, especially when there's a killer on the loose.
What killer?
I'm not going to discuss that with the civilians, sir.
Haven't I told you about the investigation I'm conducting?
All right, without giving you too much information, I'll tell you this. I'm convinced there's a homicidal maniac on the loose, using the epidemic to disguise his kills.
And what about the...
We both know the situation is critical, don't we, Doctor? Colleagues of mine die almost every day.
What are you really...
I told you. I'm a detective inspector from Scotland Yard, investigating suspicious cases in the area.
Do you work on...
Yes, the situation is difficult for the police. Many of us are sick, and since the summer strike, most men apply a work to rule on their patrols.
What about the situation in the East End? Why are there no police there to protect...
I know, it's a shame, but we just don't have enough men to cover the entire city.
Why are you investigating?
Criminals rarely act in daylight, you know. But since you are also a night worker, have you noticed anything strange which requires police attention?
Does the name Fergal ring a bell? Fergal Banshee.
Of course it does. Fergal Banshee, the Butcher of Galway. Hung in Dublin in 1857 for murdering more than 20 men with his bare hands. Why are you so interested in dead criminals, sir?
Why are you in...
Criminals...
Does the name Fergal ring a bell?
Of course it does.
Tell me all you know.
I'm not even sure there is only one. The wounds are always the same, but the modus operandi varies. Sometimes violent and brutal, sometimes precise and swift.
How could different killers inflict the same wounds?
That's my main problem. If my theory is correct, maybe we're facing a group of individuals sharing the same violent tendencies. Perhaps a sadist cult.
What are you investigating, exactly?
I currently have a few missing persons cases. Miss Tadao Kimura and Miss Louise Teasdale. I'm afraid they may have been abducted by my mysterious maniac.
Tell me about Mr. Kimura.
Mr. Kimura is a businessman.
Where was he last seen?
Mr. Kimura was last seen at the Royal Observatory in Greenwich. I followed a possible lead in the West.
Tell me about her.
She's a waitress. Her father reported her missing.
Do you have any idea where she could be?
No. But I feel she's been abducted. She went to a pub a few nights ago and vanished. I thought about the sewers, but I'm not a...
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Dr. Jonathan Reed.
Да, не про того я спросил, конечно. Вот и пошел. Нет, нихуя, просто встал. Сюда пришел.
We should be far from town already. All right. But where would we go? Anywhere. Anywhere that isn't here. And what is that, by the way? A safer place? A less strange place? And where would that be? Life is strange. And we are alive. For now, yes. But for how long? If we decided to flee, we should be far from town already. All right. But where would we go?
Нет, 30 уровень слишком мощно. Чего вы там в подземелье делаете? Слушай, а где те люди? Странные ребята.
never lie, but they are never easy to read. Jonathan Reed. At last we meet. The cards warned me you would visit tonight.
I beg your pardon, sir.
Of course you do. Our mutual friend, Dr. Swansea, can't speak highly enough of you. My name is Usher. Usher Talltree.
You are the leader of the Brotherhood, are you not?
Primate of the Brotherhood of St. Paul's Stole, to be precise. I'm really glad we met tonight. I love it when
The cards told you to...
Yes, they tell me everything. They told me that you struggle hard not to take too many lives.
What can you
I really don't know. I don't often go outside. And when I do, it's usually to quite distant destinations.
So you see nothing in the stars for me? You're a...
Oh, I can tell you many things. But they will only concern you, not the city. For example, I know that you offered your sister the final rest she asked for.
Do the cards speak?
No. It's the burning.
Read my foot.
You have been chosen, Jonathan. I see on you the mark of a strong being, so powerful it needn't even reveal its strength.
Ага, такой силы, что мне Рэкон, блять, въебал.
What do you do here, besides turning cards in the middle of the night?
I'm for most a charlatan. For a few, I'm a vampire. And for you, I'm the primate of St. Paul's Stole.
Some believe you to be a vampire.
Guard of Priwen, who else?
Did they steal anything from you?
A personal notebook they quickly took to their headquarters. All they had to do is to look at me. I'm aging. What better and definite proof that I'm not an immortal?
Do you want your notebook back?
If you ever find it, I'd be glad to have it back, of course. I do ask one thing, though. Do not read it, Jonathan. Some secrets are not meant to be revealed, even to immortals.
For how long have you been?
It was 15 years last year.
What do you make of Dr. Swansea?
Edgar is a brilliant and dedicated man. A man of his time, sometimes a little muddled, but always looking for new paths and new concepts.
Can you read the...
Are you sure you...
Yes, I am.
It will cost you 150 shillings.
Here is
love. Pure and unseen. Untold. The two hearts love each other without knowing it, without daring to admit it.
Can you read the...
Put the money on the table then, Jonathan.
Perhaps later. May I ask?
Of course. But I must warn you that there are some subjects we consider taboo, in spite of our fondness and acceptance of your kind.
I know.
It was 1801. The Brotherhood was stronger then, a strength that made them hungry for ever greater power. An argument divided them, and the wound never healed.
What was the nature of the disagreement?
The problem was that both sides considered themselves the legitimate heirs of the original Brotherhood. We divide up the books, the relics, not always fairly or with consideration.
Who found it?
That's precisely the kind of question I cannot answer. It is delicate, and may reveal some of our secret traditions.
So you're not just a club of academics and scholars?
Once upon a time, very long ago, the Brotherhood did more than simply study the vampires. They took actions.
How did you learn about Mary?
Swansea told me. Don't look at me like that. His task is to observe and gather information about vampires. He had to tell me about Mary.
Mary did not deserve her fate.
Suffering is part of the immortal condition. Some prefer to lose their minds rather than face the simple truth. Pain will never stop.
How do you measure the amount of blood?
I told you. The cards always tell the truth. Well, most of the time.
Is it possible to tell me?
Vampire's fate is much more delicate to read, Doctor. But I can try.
All right.
The walls of your prison have already been raised, Jonathan. But you will freely accept to be locked inside, full of hope for a better day.
I would rather not. How do...
I told you.
Is it possible?
Vampire...
All right.
Walls of...
Goodbye, sir.
I rarely... Fool and the Empress. Again. What are the cards trying to tell us?
It's locked. Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. Do you need my help?
Yes, please. Would you be kind enough to tell...
That's all you need to know.
Well, is it not important to know? As important as where you are? Or who you are?
I suppose you're right. And who are you then, sir?
I am Agamemnon Baker. Like my brother, I think we need to leave this city immediately. And my brother and I rarely agree on anything.
May I ask what...
I don't know. You should ask my brother instead. It was his idea in the first place.
You must have your own.
From what I have managed to understand, I guess we're supposed to wait here. Waiting for someone to come.
May I ask why you...
I believe fear is holding us back. My brother would have said it's laziness, but it's just because he's prouder than I am.
What can you tell me?
It's the only place I've considered myself happy. Or at least that's what I believe. Unfortunately, it's time to leave.
Why is that?
Because I'm not feeling happy here anymore. Are you?
No, I'm not.
Good for you. It's a good thing to have a clear idea of where you stand concerning crucial questions. Don't you think?
What can you tell me?
He's older than me, I think. But the important thing is that I really hope I'll die before him. Grief would just kill me, you know?
Is that all?
Pericles is very attached to this city, and without my insistence, he would never leave this place. We don't often agree on anything, you see. The more I think about it, the more I believe it's not exactly a person we are waiting for.
But what else could it be then?
I don't know. A feeling? An event? An impulse? How can I tell? Something that would allow us to leave this trap.
I'm afraid I'm not...
Have you ever felt like life trapped you in a role that does not fit you? That you're not in your place? That sort of trap.
Trap? And you think leaving London will free...
At least it will give us the chance to be free. That's more than our present situation. Hope, Doctor. Hope is what truly drives mankind.
What are you really...
The problem is, it's precisely what I don't know that frightens me. So I suppose I can't really answer your question.
Goodbye for now. Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Reed. Can I be a...
Dr. Reed? Dr. Reed?
Is there anything wrong?
No, it's just... Your name sounds familiar. And your face.
I think I would remember.
That's odd. I'm certain I've already heard of you. My name is Pericles Baker. Does that mean anything to you?
I'm afraid not, sir. But it's a pleasure to meet you.
The pleasure is mine, I guess. I only wish I could remember when it was that we met.
Tell me about yourself, Mr. Baker.
We are waiting. Waiting for someone.
And why are you waiting?
Because we need to leave this city. As soon as possible.
Why do you want to leave the city?
I'm not really sure.
Can you tell me anything?
As you like asking questions so much, would you allow me to ask you one first?
Please, be my guest.
Do you like this city?
No, I don't. I don't recognize it anymore. Or perhaps I just don't like it anymore, now that I've seen its true face.
I don't recognize it either. Or at least what it's become. Hate, violence, social disparity. And I am not talking about the criminality these days.
And what do you do, sir?
I stopped working when I decided to leave. When I realized what I wanted. It's something this city can't provide.
But what we...
Does it really matter anymore? Considering the past seems so pointless to me. I have lived in this city all my life. And now I think...
Tell me more.
I just don't belong here anymore. I had to convince my brother to leave London because I know we need to find another life out of the city.
Tell me why your brother disagrees.
Agamemnon is naive sometimes. Although don't consider him a fool, sir. He is often more lucid than me.
At least you both have the same difficulty.
But is that not a common problem for all mortals?
What can you tell?
If you are searching for a pleasant chat, you should speak with him instead.
That's it? That's all you can tell me about him?
For the time being, true kindness is the most valuable quality, my good sir.
Who are you waiting for?
I really can't answer that question, since I don't know that person.
And why is that?
This person is mostly my brother's acquaintance. I don't even know his real name. Only that this man could help us leave this city once and for all.
But why would you need this person's help?
Well, I thought we should have left this cursed place. Here we are.
Tell me more.
I would be happy to describe them, but it's too hard to explain with mere words what I'm feeling. It's unclear, too confused.
Go on, please.
Where should I start? The world is chaos. Men go mad, and nature itself runs roughshod over us all.
This is not the first time mankind...
Men kill each other, while nature decides to kill them all. I don't know what scares me the most. Do you?
Plagues and epidemics can be seen as an implacable force, a curse even. But the ferocity of mankind worries me more, for we choose what we do.
Yes. At least nature is not aware of all the suffering she brings to us. At least that's what I am hoping.
How long have you been...
Sometimes I feel as though I've been waiting for him for ages. Perhaps it is my role in life to wait for him. Not a pleasant thought.
It could be dangerous for you.
That's quite true. But what other choice do we have? We are waiting here until we finally go.
Mr. Baker.
Really? I don't feel particularly odd or weird. All I want to do is leave. What's wrong with that?
Why are you still waiting for...
What would be the point of going before meeting the man, as he's going to help us leave?
Pericles.
I don't know. Perhaps it's time to leave. Perhaps we should stay a little longer. How can I tell?
And where exactly?
In a place where I will finally have that feeling, to be where I belong. The world has to be meaningless chaos to make such a heaven plausible.
Goodbye, Mr.
Hello again.
Tell me.
I can't say for sure, since I have no watch. But the night is still young, and I am not tired.
Is that the most honest answer you can give me?
Yes, I think so. Why does it irritate you, sir? Is comprehension really that important to you?
I'm a scientist. I try my best to understand things. I know the world has to obey...
You know, or you want the world to obey such rules?
I know one thing.
And it's better that way. What kind of life would we live if we could summarize a person in a few words or a few lines?
If you finally manage...
A happy place, that's for sure. A place where I can smile because I know the next day will be better than the previous one.
Such a place doesn't exist. There are never any guarantees that...
That would mean I have no hope left. And I just can't accept such a conclusion.
Goodbye for now.
Dr. Reed.
What are you...
My current...
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Просто было интересно узнать, сколько я всего опыта завоевал. 38 750. Чертовски круто. Да, как я. Какая способность. думать надо, и тут думать надо. прикольная хуйня свертывания. Сколько раз не помогало. Блять. Копье, говорю. Да, давай. Вот так получше. И вот сейчас самая жесть.
Please, sir. I can't let you through. Best be moving on. There's one of them! It's done for him! Stop!
As long as you have the money.
You wasted your life away.
Вот это понимаю, блин, теперь можно повозиться.
Shit, that leech is fast! Best runner among, sir. Let's pin it down!
Во, блядь. Ну это ли не красота? Типа, ага. Ты сейчас законодатель моды. Ничего скоро. И все. Вместе весело шагать по просторам. Да я машина просто, блядь. О, первый зритель за 2,5 часа. Привет. Играл ли ты в игру? Пиши в чат. Пообщаемся. А то на моих часах уже час ночи и тянет спать. А так, глядишь, подбодришь и передумаем. Спать-то ложиться. Напиши, как микрофон, вообще слышно меня или нет, или погромче сделать, чтобы понимать. Игрушка огонь. Если надумаешь играть, то даже не думай. Бери и играй. Тем более сейчас на в PlayStation Plus бесплатная. Дерзай. Шикарная игра.
Good evening, Mr. Elwood.
Evening, Dr. Reed.
Soldier.
Not really.
As long as you remain here, I will make sure you don't have to worry about your...
Don't think you can do much about it.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Elwood. Good evening, Mr. Goswick.
I'm okay.
I have to go now, sir. But don't hesitate to contact me if you need any help.
Good evening, sir. Doctor.
Good evening, Doctor.
Do you require...
Do you know?
Despite what...
Well,
Goodbye, Mrs. Goswick.
I'm all right. Don't waste your time with me.
То есть, что я сейчас делаю? Я лечу больных, потому что у меня, видишь, в районе в этом очень много больных. Вот это солнышко сбоку, пометка. И почти все переутомились. Переутомление, переутомление, переутомление. Вот я наделал много вакцины, или как правильно сказать даже. В общем, кофеечка им сварил и теперь разношу. Но печальнее всего это вот здесь. Я принял одно решение, которое повлияло на то, что некоторые жители, особенно вот эти 4, погибли. Поэтому состояние района критическое, и если будет враждебное, то ну вообще печаль. Поэтому сюда тоже зайду с кофеечком, всех угощу, пообщаюсь с этими ребятами, посмотрим, что будет. Ну, игра крутая, игра не дает тебе шансов как-то вернуть обратно то, чего бы ты лучше не совершал. Или переиграть здесь, в общем, нельзя ничего. И от этого круто. И круто то, что ты можешь идти и делать любые действия. Хочешь, иди делай то, что говорят делать. Хочешь, иди делай то, что считаешь нужным. Так, доктор Стрикленд не болеет. Кто у нас? Вот, Фредерик.
Good evening, Mr. Fiddick.
Good evening.
Is there anything...
Really?
Unfortunately. Goodbye for now, Mr. Fiddick. I'll see you later.
You always knew the words to come. As for me, what a blundering idiot.
Ну, давай немножко экшена, наверное. Так. Ту-ту-ту-ту-ту-ту-ту-ту.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Do you require...
I will be...
No.
I'll try...
Goodbye, nurse. Call me if you need assistance.
Где же у нас темнокожий? Темнокожий ни на кого не похож. Вот он, вот он, вот он. Иди сюда, привет.
Good evening, Milton. Good evening.
Милтон Шпилтон. Держи тебе лекарство. И давай немножко поторгуем. Спасибо, что смотришь меня, зритель. Давно у меня так единичка долго не висела. Ну, немножко экшена. Я тут прокачался просто очень круто, поэтому... Вау. Кайфую с этого. То есть... Очень легко получилось сделать это. А такого сложно было добиться, потому что я встревал даже от одиночных служителей этого правопорядка. То есть, чтобы сейчас это все так работало, нужно было очень часто влипать, прокачивать одно, потом второе. На разных этапах игры, короче, нужны разные навыки. И сейчас я все сбросил. Сделал то, что, мне кажется, нужно. Так. Интересно, получится ли у нас? 15 секунд. Ну, ладно. Ну-ка, если так долететь. Нет, не получится снизу вверх. Ладно. Вот сверху шкала. Я так покажу просто развитые навыки. То есть я не могу решиться, что лучше сделать, поэтому оставляю все так. Ну, на мой взгляд, это очень хорошо. То есть, да, пробуем вот так. Оу. Да, с одноручным. С двуручным оружием мы уже приятели. Тем более я его прокачал по полному. Скаль. И здесь очень круто все подобрано, очень подробные мелочи. Очень много внимания уделено, и от этого очень круто. О, личи. То есть, вот эти эконы, это очень серьезные ребята. Просто посмотреть. Не правда ли крутой? Ну, вот тут папка. Вот он действительно крутой. Кстати, не собрали ли мы для улучшения комплект? Так, осталась одна заклепка. Отлично. Здесь неподалеку где-то было мое помещенница. Угу. Нет, его здесь нет. Проверим кое-где. Куда ты вернешься позже? Где? Где? А вот он я. Почему не могу зайти-то? Есть. Это вот наше убежище. Здесь мы можем спать, накидывать разные навыки. И я сюда зашел, чтобы поменять вот мое оружие, булава. И есть еще у нас двухстволочка, которую ну невозможно не улучшить. Бам! Так, нам нужна одна заклепочка. Я знаю, где ее взять. Что нужно нам? Огневая мощь, либо 5 оглушения. Интересно. Огневая мощь. Потому что, если что, потом сделаем химического урона. Гидроксид натрия. Что бы это ни значило. О, мой дорогой зритель. Так, сейчас нужно, наверное, пройти эту миссию 200 метров. Хорошо. Мне кажется, я отпирал эти ворота с той стороны. Нет. Что зайти в обход? Финишная прямая. Кто кричит? Мне это здание обойти. Вот как, отлично. Рид? Типа мой особняк? Ключ от кабинета Обри Рида. Родители мои, значит, здесь живут. Я Джонатан Рид. Ну... Вау. Матушка. Первое письмо Обри Рида. Мой дорогой, мой любимый Джон, когда ты получишь это письмо, тебе уже исполнится 35. А у меня уже давно здесь не будет. Я чувствую себя немного глупо, когда пишу тебе это первое письмо, которое ты прочтешь через годы. Я долго сомневался, как лучше сообщить тебе об этом, пока не вспомнил загадки и головоломки, которые изобретал для тебя, когда ты был маленьким. О, как ты обожал их разгадывать. Ну так вот, я понял, что нужно предложить тебе еще одну последнюю игру. Возможно, она понравится тебе меньше. На этот раз тебя ждут не свечи и не экзотические сокровища, но, быть может, ты получишь более ценное сокровище – правду. Это моя единственная попытка объяснить, почему я, не говоря ни слова, бросил семью. Если хочешь это узнать, просто сыграй в мою игру. Решать тебе, сын. Я тебя люблю, можешь не сомневаться. Клянусь, семья для меня до сих пор дороже всего на свете. Я помню, как впервые взял на руки тебя и твою сестру. Мои сокровища, мои драгоценности. Я видел, как вы растете, играете и смеетесь. Каждый раз, когда я возвращаюсь домой, мое сердце переполняло радость. Я был готов убивать, лишь бы защитить вас. Моего сына, мою дочь, мою жену. Но в конце концов судьба настигла меня, и мне пришлось сделать трудный выбор. Труднее всего было исчезнуть, не сказав ни слова. Но я решил все равно это сделать, и скоро я навсегда исчезну. Прошу не простить меня, но понять. Если хочешь узнать больше, то тебе нужно просто вспомнить, какими счастливыми мы были в те дни. Если хочешь найти следующее послание, подумай о зеленой траве, высоких деревьях и солнечных воскресеньях. Любящий тебя отец Обри Рид. Круто, так. Следующее послание, подумай о зеленой траве, высоких деревьях и солнечных воскресеньях. То есть в парке, естественно, в парке. Самое забавное, что я был в парке и все там обыскал, но, видимо, блин, придется еще раз заглянуть. Что-то мне подсказывает, что отец тоже был вампир. Матушка.
Mother, good evening.
Jonathan! Is it you? Where have you been, my prodigal son?
I'm right here, Mother. I'm finally home.
Yes, for this son of mine was dead and is alive again. He was lost, and now found. But where is your sister? Where is Mary?
Mary? She is gone, Mother.
I know she's gone. The question is, when will she return as you have? I miss my grandson so much. It's been days since their last visit.
Mother?
Not really. I don't go out much due to the epidemic, and when I do, I tend to get lost.
What do you mean you get lost?
Of course not. When I go out, your father always comes with me, but he leaves me there sometimes, and I have trouble finding the way back.
Have you returned to Whitechapel's?
I never want to go back to that awful place. Wait. I think I went back once. And you were there too. And Mary? No, that can't be true.
It was just a bad dream, Mother.
A nightmare, yes. Mary was so angry. I walked back home alone. If that kind policeman had not called Avery from the station, I don't know what would have happened.
Do you need anything, Mother?
I just want you to stay with me, Jonathan. Your room is ready. I asked Avery to make your bed.
I'll stay as long as I can, I promise. Do you need anything else?
Just one thing. Stop staring at me like that. As much as I love you, it breaks my heart.
Are you working on a...
Not recently. I have trouble focusing on my subject and my mind quickly drifts. It's the same thing when I try to write poetry.
I recently met a talented painter with an excellent technique. I wish you two could meet. I'm sure you'd like her.
I'd be glad to meet her. What is her name? Is she famous? Is she dead too?
She's not famous, and her name is of no importance. And yes, she is also dead.
The important thing is, I hope you two get along. If she ever fancies meeting your mother, I'd be glad to welcome her into my home.
Father seems to have left me some documents. Some sort of
No, Johnny. But your father always loved to write these little games for you when you were a boy. Don't you remember?
I remember now. He used to post me these riddles, as though they were sent by a mysterious games master. I'd spend weeks trying to decipher them.
Your father was always so proud each time you found the answer. He was not just the serious doer banker everybody thought he was.
I was proud too. How could I forget that?
The important thing is that you remember it now. I'll tell your father the next time I see him. He'll be so happy.
Could Father have conceived some sort of...
I really can't say, Johnny. Perhaps you should talk with Avery about that. He was your father's confidant, more than I.
Why do you say Mary is visiting you, Mother?
Why should it be? Are you not standing in front of me right now? Why should it be any different with your sister?
But Mary really is dead, Mother.
Yes. And are you not dead too? Isn't your father dead? And my grandson, and my son-in-law, you're all gone. But you all still visit me from time to time.
But I'm not dead, Mother.
Oh, it breaks my heart to have to tell you this. But of course you're dead, my darling boy. Just look at you, as pale as my Mary.
Goodbye, Mother.
Goodbye, son.
Вот и Шарлотта Эшбери. И какой-то чувак с моноклем. попасть-то?
Your father and I have spoken about your fiancé, Mary. We believe he'll be an honorable husband for you. We'll set a date for the marriage then. That way, I'm sure one of my children will give me grandchildren. I understand your thirst for knowledge, Jonathan, and your father and I are proud of it. But you are not that young anymore, my son. When will I meet your soulmate? You can ascribe my romantic tendencies to my French origins if you want, Aubrey. But I'll never cease to believe in a match made in heaven, my beloved.
I really wish you could meet her mother. You would love her.
Дорогой Эвери, как я уже говорил, мне, возможно, придется покинуть Англию хотя бы на несколько месяцев. Я хочу, чтобы ты как можно лучше заботился о нашем доме, пока я в отъезде, и пока мой сын не вернулся в Лондон. Я увеличил твое жалование и распорядился о том, чтобы тебе выплачивали его вовремя, пока ты будешь работать. Ты обещал, что защитишь мою дорогую жену и приложишь все силы, чтобы служить ей. За это я от всего сердца благодарю тебя. Ты единственный, кому я полностью доверяю. Нежно любящий тебя друг, Обри Рид.
Good evening, Avery.
Mr. Jonathan, I can't believe my own eyes. Oh, it's a miracle. We all thought you were... Oh, sir, your poor sister.
I know, Avery. I know about my sister's murder.
Miss Reed expected you to return to assist with the funeral, right up until the last minute. Where have you been, Mr. Jonathan? We needed you here.
How is my mother?
Not well, I'm afraid, sir. Miss Reed is very fragile since the police brought her back home.
The police? What happened?
Miss Reed was found walking in the streets. She kept saying she had spoken with her son and daughter. She's resting now.
Has she
I'm taking care of Miss Reed myself.
Perhaps we could arrange a short trip. Somewhere sunny, like France. She has always been very fond of France. I think leaving London...
I'm afraid Miss Reed is too frail for the moment. Recently, she started going out at night without remembering it.
What is the situation?
For a time, the West End seemed spared by the epidemic. But the situation is getting much worse.
Have you no relatives anywhere? I'll understand if you want to take a few days to see family.
Your father managed to guarantee my earnings as long as I take care of this house, sir. My sisters are dead, and I've never met my nephews. I'll stay, sir.
I'm sorry I could not be here for Mary's funeral.
Your mother was strong, sir, but your support would have been appreciated. Apart from the priest and I, no one else attended your sister's funeral.
To be present at the funeral with you both was my dearest wish, Avery. But I'm sorry, I simply could not attend.
I would not dare to question your absence, Mr. Jonathan. All I can say is that we missed you a great deal.
I found an old letter written...
Your father wanted me to give you this letter for your 35th birthday, but you left for the war, and the letter remained in his office. Until tonight.
I realize now, you knew my father better.
No, sir. Mr. Reed was not exactly forthcoming. Perhaps this letter will give you the information.
Do you know my mother speaks to the dead?
Yes. I sometimes hear her speaking to you, Miss Mary, and her baby. Sometimes your father, too.
So she thinks I'm also...
I believe she only sees her relatives as the dead she speaks to, Mr. Jonathan. It breaks my heart to see Miss Reed like that.
She may get better. It's only a hypothesis, but I know my mother is strong. Whatever illusions have clouded her mind, they will fade in time.
Yes. With time, Miss Reed will recover from this cursed year. I know that your return can only be beneficial to that process.
Tell me the truth, Avery.
No, sir. I have nowhere else to go. And I promised your father I'd take care of his family as long as I live.
This house is dead, Avery. There is a curse on this family. You really should consider leaving.
If only you could have been here sooner or more often. Maybe this house would not be that empty. But you're here now, sir. So my task is not over.
You have served this family extremely well, Avery. Your support during these terrible times is much appreciated.
Then I will stay. All I ask is that you take care of my own funeral if I die before the end of the epidemic. No mass grave, please, sir.
Do you really think I don't take enough care of my mother, Avery?
Yes, I do, Mr. Jonathan.
You clearly have something more to say. Speak your mind.
I know you work hard to help the sick, but what will you do once the epidemic is over?
I really don't know. I have always enjoyed seeing you...
I understand, Mr. Jonathan. But you have to realize that your mother needs you. Your next departure could break her heart.
Goodbye, Avery. Please.
Of course, Mr. Jonathan.
Давайте еще к маме заглянем. Так, как там быть?
I'm not sure.
Hello again.
Jonathan.
Do you really see Mary?
Yes. For many years, it was just a game. Since your father left us without a word, I took to the habit of speaking to him.
Yes, I remember. I sometimes spied on you and listened to you talking with Father in the garden. It made me so angry then.
Yes, it was. But since then, my poor dead Mary visited me in my room. She led me to her grave, and there you were. I now know the dead can haunt us.
I'm so sorry. You did not...
That's true, my son. But you know what the worst part is? I liked it when Mary spoke in my head. Now she is silent. and it makes me so sad.
Should I leave you alone? Just ask, and I swear you'll never hear from me again.
Oh, no, Johnny. You're always welcome in this house. And one day, when I finally die, we'll all be together again. Just as Mary promised us.
You think Avery's right?
I don't blame you. But you abandoned me, son. A mother should not survive her children. It's unbearable to know you're not here anymore.
I know I have failed you since I returned. I even watched you bury Mary from a distance. From now on, I will protect you. You have my word.
You don't have to apologize to me, Johnny. Do you think I did not notice how much you have changed?
Have I changed that much, Mother? Am I still your son?
You are still, and you'll always be. Despite your pale skin, your bloody eyes, and that echoing sadness in your voice.
Tell me, Mother, how are you? All alone in the...
I'm sad most of the time. Sad that you have left me here alone. Sad that you don't tell me when you come or go.
I'm so sorry, Mother. It wasn't supposed to be like this. I was coming home. I was home. London, the Thames. And then it happened.
What happened, Johnny?
I lost my way. Somewhere between...
You should have told me, Johnny. I would have understood. You always were a secretive little boy.
Goodbye, Mother.
Goodbye.
Please.
Good evening, sir. Please forgive me for...
I never judge a man by his title, but by his attitude. And you are not disturbing me at all. I am Calhoun Russell.
Well, I must admit, it's good to receive a warm welcome.
Welcome, Dr. Reed.
How is the situation?
Life is good and peaceful. We're lucky.
Are you not concerned?
Oh, I'm sure the authorities would take the appropriate measure.
You cannot expect the newspapers to expose the truth while the war is still raging. I can assure you that the situation...
Well, that's news then. But I can't believe that things are that bad. Are you sure you're not exaggerating a bit? For the thrill of it?
What can you...
I recently found the best steak and kidney pie in the city. I'd be glad to share the address if you want.
I must confess, I have quite...
Really? Well, I'm always happy to try new exotic meals. If you ever find an intriguing table, please share the address.
Finding a good restaurant? Is that really all that interests you? Is it not a...
On the contrary, it is the perfect hour. Believe me, my friend, it is always at night that you meet the most fascinating captain.
But what about the epidemic?
Please, sir. This is London, England.
So you prefer to work...
Oh, I also enjoy...
I may have a look at your goods.
Так, что же ты продаешь? Гвоздичное масло. Свинцовый пластин. Я засканул в магазинчик.
The heart of British vampire society. Not quite as subtle as I expected.
А, мы подошли, да? Да, 30 метров осталось. Воу, воу, воу. Вот это здание.
Women die too in this war!
Good evening, miss.
Oh my god, no. Please, Mr. Vampire, don't kill me. Please, no. I'm too young to die.
Wait, no.
Don't worry, Dr. Reed. I know you wouldn't harm me. Mother told me you were in this part of town and might drop by.
Your mother?
My name is Charlotte, sir. Charlotte Adams.
I understand she also taught you how to tease and gently. What do you think about
I was raised here, and I suppose it feels like home.
Yes, I was born a few...
A small world, is it not? Did you ever imagine that my mother was your neighbor all that time? That you could have met her?
You won't trick me twice, young lady. We both know Lady Ashbury never hunts or attacks prey at random.
Come on, Doctor. Don't tell me you never thought about that possibility. Her fangs on your neck. Oh,
Is there something...
Too much selfishness and individualism for my taste.
Even if that's partly true.
I suppose you're right. But society must reform and renew itself, or we are all done for.
Tell me about your...
What do you want to know?
Who are your real...
Elizabeth Ashbury is my real mother. She raised me and has taken care of me all my life. I have no idea who my progenitors are or were.
Do you live with her?
I still spend a lot of time in my mother's mansion, but I have my own house now. I have a life to live, you see. And one day, I'll have my death to face.
How did you meet Lady Ashbury?
First, I was an orphan in the institution for girls she manages in the West End. When I was 10, she adopted me, and I have lived with her ever since.
Did you know she was a vampire when she picked...
The correct word is Ekon, Doctor. And no, I had no idea why my mother only showed up at night. She told me everything when I turned 16, though I suspected the truth for a long time before that.
What exactly?
Your name and profession, obviously, and the mystery about your maker. I'm sorry to hear about what happened to your sister, sir. Mother says it was not your fault.
Does it not scare you to know?
Why should it? My mother is the most compassionate woman. Must I be wary of her, Dr. Reed? Or you?
Perhaps it's wise for a mortal never to totally trust a vampire. Your mother herself told me that we Ekon are creatures of deception. Maybe it's because we seem so... alive.
That may be true for a naive girl, but I have the best teacher when it comes to getting rid of an insistent immortal.
Your mother is not like any other vampire.
I believe she thinks the same about you, Dr. Reed.
What are you doing?
You mean, what do I do outside at night, since I am a woman? Let me ask you a question, sir. Would you ask the same question of a man?
Actually, yes. I ask the same question to everyone who dares to go outside at night.
Well, if you must know, I campaign for the right to vote for all women. Why should I wait to the age of 30 years when men can vote at 21?
How are the local...
People here can't wait for a wall to be built to isolate the West End from the rest of town. That's how progressive they are. If this happens, Emily and I will blow it up.
Explosives are very dangerous, young lady. And who is this Emily?
She is my best friend, and a suffragette too. She was supposed to campaign with me tonight, but hasn't turned up.
Have you any reason to be...
Recently, Emily started to believe in... well, she got interested in vampires.
Let me guess. You spoke to her about us, did you?
Oh, that would be top-notch. I can tell you where she might have gone. Don't tell my mother.
Are you a suffragette, then?
All adult women have the right to vote in the US, in...
No need to convince me, Miss Charlotte.
Really? Oh. Now I see why...
Why do you...
It's the immortal aspect of vampires that interests me.
You're obviously a clever woman with a good education and a brilliant future. But have you thought about the price you'd have to pay? The loneliness, the necessary masquerade.
Is it not true of every high position? To change this world and make it a better place, one needs time on one's side.
Do you know why Lady Anna...
No, I don't. Each time I ask her that question, she smiles and says it's precisely because I dare to ask such questions.
Do you ever regret that she...
Of course not. Though I often wonder if she adopted others before me. If so, where are they buried? How was it for them to pass through life with a never-aging mother?
Your mother has refused to turn you into a vampire.
Each time we argue, Mother expresses the same fear. She wants me to remain alive and full of joy, rather than become melancholy and immortal. She claims you can't have one without the other. It's pure selfishness.
It's your mother's choice. As daughter...
I love my mother, and have accepted everything from her. Even that she named me Charlotte, when it was not my original name.
Does it bother you?
No. Whoever I was when I was born, I am now Charlotte Ashbury. It hurts as much as it makes me proud to know that's the name my mother will read on my tombstone.
Your mother has walked this...
But why shouldn't I be allowed to forge my own experience? There can't be only one righteous way to deal with eternity.
Tell me, Charlotte, how do you plan to achieve eternal life, since you've obviously given it a lot of thought?
I won't give up. You have no idea how determined I am, sir. I may contract a deadly disease. I may throw myself under a carriage, just to be saved by her sweet kiss.
That's a disturbing answer, young lady. And the worst part of it is, I know you speak the truth.
There are less dangerous ways, Doctor. Instead of throwing myself under a horse like Emily Davison, I could just throw myself into your arms.
Be careful what you wish for, young lady. I could gaze at you right now and then take you to a shady corner and have my way with you. And leave your carcass to the rats.
You wouldn't dare. My mother would know. She'd never forgive you.
How could she suspect me? Do you know how many vampires are lurking in this city tonight as we speak? Vampires with a worse sense of humor than mine.
Oh, my God. For one second I thought you actually... Excellent, Dr. Reed. Very convincing.
Goodbye, Charlotte.
She's been quite busy.
Что этот, блять, орёт там постоянно? Давай пообщаемся.
Good evening, sir. May I have your attention?
Come on, Johnny. Don't you recognize
Clarence? Clarence Crossley. How are you? My God. So you survived the war too? So sorry I didn't recognize you at first.
I almost didn't recognize you either. War does that to men, I heard. In my case, it was true, for I witnessed the horror that lies underneath.
When did you escape the...
You know what's funny? I almost never think about the war. Not anymore. I'm involved in another kind of battle now.
What is this new...
I saw terrible things during the war. Horrors I thought I'd forget. They're here too. They're everywhere. Vampires.
I know what you mean.
Of course. With the epidemic, I bet you've been busy as well. Forgive me, Johnny, I didn't want to sound selfish.
How is your wife?
We've spent so much time away from each other. So many things have happened.
Is everything all right at home? Surely Venus was relieved to see you return from France in one piece.
Have you forgot what people are like in this part of town, Johnny? Venus fears for our family reputation. Now her husband has become the village idiot.
But you're alive. You
Believe me, it's not quite that simple. Unlike you, I'm not the man I used to be.
Do you need medical assistance?
It's a little late for visiting out.
What can I say? I haven't lost my old habits.
I hope we're talking about the same habits, old...
You need some rest, Clarence.
Nobody takes him seriously.
Луиза оплакивает отца. Слушай, я хочу проследить за этим. За моим корешем. Что он будет делать? Ничего, надо просто стоять, ладно.
Good evening, Miss Teasdale. How have you been since you returned home?
Dr. Reed. Oh, thank God you returned safely from these awful streets. I was so worried about my father that I left without thanking you properly.
Please don't mention it, miss.
Good. I found him, you know. My dad. Or what was left of him. I think my abductor intended to do the same thing to me.
What do you do for a living?
Before my kidnapping, I was a waitress in a pub. Now I'm unemployed.
Were you fired?
No. It's just that after my recent experience, I don't feel like I can go back to my normal life. I need to do something useful.
Be very careful, Miss Teasdale. You were lucky to escape death once, but vampires lurk everywhere.
You killed my kidnapper by yourself, didn't you? No offense, Doctor, but you're just a doctor. I don't see why I couldn't do the same.
What do you intend?
Dad always told me, Louise, if you want...
What can you tell me about?
I've never really liked this part of town.
What exactly don't you like about it?
People here are contemptuous and elitist. My dad always said, Louise, always treat people like you want them to treat you.
You seem to cherish...
Dad was the best. He kept an eye on me, but let me make my own mistakes. Louise used to say, mistakes are the best teacher. You would have liked him.
I'm sorry you didn't have the opportunity.
That's all right. He's buried in consecrated ground now. Nothing bad can happen to him.
Louise, what can you
The little fucker claimed he'd fallen in love with me. That he wanted to spend eternity with me. Not a bad idea. At least that's the way it seemed at first.
Really? Did you consider...
Well, immortality. Not a common wedding gift, is it? I think he just wanted to have his way with me. Can vampires even fuck, Doctor?
What? Well, I really can't answer that. Since they are creatures of blood, physically speaking, I suppose an erection is possible, but
Don't be embarrassed, Dr. Reed. I was just asking.
Очень круто.
Louise, tell me what you really think about your father's sacrifice to save you.
I'm proud he went after me. I forgive him all his harsh words, all his bloody attitudes. I only wish I could tell him how much I loved him.
Yes. It can be traumatic, not having the chance to say goodbye to those we love.
Yes, Doctor. And there's no treatment for that type of pain, isn't that right? That may be the last thing my father taught me.
Do you need my medical attention, miss?
I don't need your help specifically. I can assure you there are many competent doctors around.
I have no doubt about it, but I'm offering you my...
All right then. But please leave me alone for now.
Goodbye, Miss Teasdale.
that has brought so much pain to me.
О, Кимура, я его тоже спасал.
We meet again, Mr. Kimura.
Dr. Reed, still visiting London by night?
We must both be nocturnal animals, you and I. After your captivity, I thought you'd be more cautious.
Breathing the cold night air helps calm my mind, sir. I've had the most frightening nightmares since I escaped that filthy jail.
How is the situation?
I've heard rumors about armed men patrolling and fighting infected citizens in these very streets. I was lucky they didn't shoot me.
May I ask you what...
I was a landlord. A wealthy one. And not a very kind one, I realized recently.
Why this sudden epiphany? Is it because...
I was already feeling nostalgic about Weymouth, my hometown. With recent events, I'm thinking about
What can you tell me?
If you really want to know, I was locked in that building for 3 or 4 days. My jailer was insane, mumbling about sacrifice and voices.
What did he say about voices?
He constantly whined about the voice of his master, ordering him to do terrible things. He wanted to silence the voice by offering blood. My blood.
And why didn't he sacrifice?
That was the weirdest part. He claimed to spill blood was not enough. It had to be done when some stars were aligned.
Which stars?
That's the whole point. He wanted me to talk to him about some Red Queen configuration or constellation. I've never heard of such an astronomical term.
Вот что за королева должна проснуться.
Why are you so nostalgic for your...
I was focused so much on making money, I almost forgot that my relatives and friends are threatened by this epidemic.
Have you heard?
I was not only a bad landlord, I was also a bad husband. I've not seen my wife and son for years. Busy, busy, busy.
At least now you're ready to go back and see them. But don't be surprised if your son bears a grudge, sir.
You make it sound like you suffered from an absent father yourself, Dr. Reed. Well, I'll keep your warning in mind.
Have you no...
Over the years, I'm afraid my greed turned me into my friend's adversary, while I became friends with my professional rivals.
Those you grew up with didn't share...
Would you believe I was once a member of poetry circles and an astronomy club? We were young, such joyful dreamers then. But I stopped laughing long ago.
Can you change? And is it what you really want? If so, it must come from within, not without.
I've seen what an altruistic gesture can do. Nothing forced you to save me, Dr. Reed, but you did. I will follow your example in these matters from now on.
Follow my example, then. Find a complete stranger and help him or her the best you can. Then invite him or her to do the same.
You know what? That's not a bad plan, actually. And I should start with my family, for they are almost strangers to me now.
Да, закосячил, признаю.
Tell me, Tadao, why was your abductor so interested in your passion for astronomy?
I don't know. We met a few times at the Royal Greenwich Observatory. He seemed to share my hobby. Then he invited me to his house and locked me in.
Yes, astronomy is a fascinating subject. When I was a child, my mother bought a small telescope for my sister and I. We spent many a pleasant evening stargazing.
Stars are not just dots in the sky, Doctor. They are the key to our understanding of the cosmos. They remind us how insignificant we are.
You're right. But children love magic and stories. I remember our mother told us constellations have the power to protect us.
Protection by the light of the stars. That's sweet. You remember the name of these constellations?
Pegasus. It was the constellation my mother liked the most.
Memory's a strange thing. I can recite without hesitation the names of the 88 constellations. Yet I barely remember my own childhood.
Did he fake his interest in astronomy to get close to you?
No. In his madness, he spoke about a blood sacrifice to be made to his master when the stars aligned to a specific configuration.
Goodbye, Mr. Kimura.
Дорогой мой зритель, напиши хоть что-нибудь в комментариях. Либо добавляйся в друзья, потому что, ну, мне очень приятно, я благодарен, что ты так долго смотришь это все. Как-то необычно это для меня. И вот такая мелочь, но очень приятная.
Good evening, miss. Can I help you?
I am Karina Billow. I don't need any doctor. The rats. Where are the rats?
Miss, you don't seem well at all.
No, it's me who bites them. Tasty, juicy.
What happened?
The rats. The answer hides in their little crunchy bones. Their juicy, tiny brains.
Miss Billow, please, try to...
The voice in my head. He forces me to do so. Drink their blood, he said. Eat their flesh.
Tell me about the voice in your...
Keep your mouth shut, he said. Don't ever speak about me, or I'll abandon you. Help me, please, Doctor.
Do you feel compelled?
Yes. Please. Help.
Tell me about yourself.
I'm hungry. Need to eat. Have you got something for me? Blood, perhaps? Can you give me blood, Dr. Reed?
Don't you remember who you are, miss?
I was strong, proud. I campaigned for good causes. But that was before. Before. It does not matter anymore. I'm so hungry.
What is the local news?
Shadows. Shadows hunting shadows.
I must go now. Goodbye.
I'm sure Kaloon Russell has no interest in such a conventional menu.
Я помню, что я натыкался на какое-то меню. Куда делась музыка?
I cannot enter.
Если я с собой нельзя крысу забрать.
This is despicable.
Нет. Ну ладно, хорошо. Ничего не перепутал. парке, говорит. Где зеленые трава. Где же он мог оставить послание? Где-то, где оно должно пролежать 30, блин, лет. Я же всех поубивал уже. Так, ну там я был. Там подземелье, я там всех и нашел. Это же я должен где-то... Где-то в углу должно это быть. Заныкано. А вот второе письмо Обри Рида. My dear son, this is my second... Письмо не знаю по-английски. Это мое второе письмо тебе, мой дорогой сын. Если ты нашел его, то, скорее всего, показал первую часть своей сестре Мэри и моей дорогой Эмили. Я думаю, тебе не стоит скрывать то, что найдешь, но решение я оставлю за тобой. Ты помнишь наши прогулки в парке? Под этими деревьями твоя мать учила тебя грамоте. В этом парке я прятал столько чудесных сокровищ для тебя и Мэри. Вы оба были такими умными, такими талантливыми, и я всегда знал, что вы станете великими людьми. Я всегда гордился вами. Когда меня спрашивали, кем ты хочешь стать, я с гордостью отвечал тем... кем ты хочешь стать? Я с гордостью отвечал тем, кем захочет. Твоя мать была уверена, что ты пойдешь по ее пути и станешь художником. Тебе всегда нравилось читать и писать, а я до сих пор храню твое самое первое стихотворение, как и первый рисунок Мэри. Когда ты выбрал медицину, твоя мать была достаточно умна, чтобы скрыть свое беспокойство. А лично я был рад, что ты не стал скучным банкиром вроде меня. Когда ты сообщил нам, что решил строить карьеру в медицине, чтобы сделать лучше жизнь всех людей, и богатых, и бедных, я понял, что мы, твои родители, преподали тебе самый важный урок – ценить человека за его качество, а не за его богатство. Если хочешь узнать больше, тебе нужно просто вспомнить, какую больницу ты выбрал для своей первой интернатуры. Твой любящий отец Обри Рид.
I had almost forgotten I applied for a position at Pembroke.
Пембрук.
It was so long ago.
Так, ну здорово, здесь мне тут делать нечего. Бам.
There's one of them vermin! See them fancy clothes? Bastard! Oi! Come out, you coward!
Да, да, вот здесь я помню, что нашел.
This is no place for a gentleman.
Да? Thank you. But...
You leeches, you
He's dead! Oh my god! We have to stop it! He's too fucking fast!
A restaurant where the guests are blindfolded before being seated. Intriguing.
Да, я порой делаю вещи, которые слишком рано. Ладно. Можно сказать, это выполнили. Где находится дом Эбби? Так, дом Эмили в 200 метрах. Найти третью часть завещания вашего отца. Так это я знаю, в Пембургской больнице. Ладно. Книга. Далеко? 160. Где это находится? Так, книга Уайтчепли. Окей. Ящик Пандоры. Ха. Крутое название. Так, ладно, ящик Пандоры. Да нет никого, беги просто. Давай я с месье поговорю.
Good evening.
Do you have it?
Not since my pet.
Really?
I'm afraid the real hedonist has to be sometimes.
London's lone...
I used that name in my early years when
I have found...
Really?
It's a place where you eat in complete darkness.
My, oh my, how interesting. It could even be found to eat a little poisson et fruit that way. Oh, that...
I may have a look at your cook.
Что ты продаешь? Да, пожалуй, ничего не буду покупать мне. На самом деле, пока что. Так, хорошо, мне сейчас куда надо повернуть? Налево. Правильно? Правильно. Так. А сейчас свернуть направо. Правильно? Правильно. Не подняться наверх. Нельзя никак. А как же мне это сделать-то? Ползу. Мне как-то не забраться, да? Черт побери. Хорошо.
You give me no other choice, Clarence. Yes, my love, it's a new tea I bought. Not too bitter for your taste, I hope. Drink your tea, my love. Drink it to the last drop. And shut your damn trap for good.
Hello? Is anyone there?
Jonathan, is that you? I did not know you were back in London. Oh, my dear Johnny, I'm so sorry for your loss. Mary was such a sweetheart.
Thank you, Venus. May I come in?
I was going to bed, actually.
Forgive me.
I'll tell you what. Come back tomorrow for tea.
Отлично, пересылаю свой сраный чай. Гостеприимненько, блин. Блин, я не знаю, что нужно сделать, чтобы попасть в квартиру. Черт побери. Ладно. Северный дом. Черт. Ладно. Ну, теперь хоть понятно, куда-то выводит дверь. Ух. На крышу запрыгну, с крыши еще на крышу. Ну, как это сделать? О, скидывать наверх. Ну, никогда. Что ж, ладно тогда. Давай зайдем в этот аскалон. Только сначала с клиренсом поболтаю с Кларенсом.
Good evening, old chap.
I won't lie to you.
Venus is poisoning you, Clarence.
Oh, she really hates me that much now. My poor wife. I had no idea my research would drive her to such extremes.
I'm sorry, Clarence.
Why would you tell me that? First you returned from the dead, and now you tell me my wife is trying to murder me.
You're a stupid bastard, but you're my friend, Clarence. And I don't have many left. I don't want you to die. Not like that.
But I love her. I love my wife. Did I make her suffer that much? Have I become such a burden?
So you have no suspicions about her at all? Nothing in Venus's behavior has seemed odd since you returned?
Frankly, it's my behavior that's been odd. Ever since I got back from the war, she accuses me of being paranoid and delusional.
You need some rest.
Women of all countries unite! Right to vote is only the first step. Women of all countries unite! It's always been your house,
Да уж, все, что я хотел сделать, ничего не сделал. Поглотила меня эта игра конкретно. Но я ни о чем не жалею. Кайфовейшая игра. Закончить бы ее за пару дней было вообще замечательно.
Do you know where you are standing right now?
In front of the Ascalon Club, I presume.
The Ascalon Club only summons or ostracizes. What is your business tonight?
I received an invitation I'm Dr. Jonathan Breed.
Welcome to the Ascalon Club, then, Dr. Reed. Please proceed. Lord Redgrave is waiting on you upstairs. Welcome to the Ascalon Club, then, Dr. Reed.
Что за жесть? Что-то как-то это не похоже на порядок.
There has been quite a battle here. I'm sure the Ascalon Club has the money to replace the furniture.
Мне нужны бумаги. Всяческие бумажки. Прям вылитая картина моего отца. Мне что нравится в этой игре, то что вот смотрю я на кресло и вижу, что оно кожаное. Смотрю на подкладку, точнее на окладку, на пальто. Или смотрю на само пальто и понимаешь текстуру этого всего. Дерево, влажное дерево или сухое дерево. Вот лакированное покрытие, либо нет. Палас это или ламинат. Ну, короче, это очень круто. Вот. Бархат. Уф, космос вообще. Очень круто, очень красиво. И если кто-то скажет обратное, то плюньте ему в лицо. Ну, черт, не то нажал. Я сказал, плюньте ему в лицо, да, прям так сказал. Это я, конечно, ляпнул. Ключ от подвала клуба Авалон. Это мне нравится. Это очень даже. Думаю, там много будет интересного в этом подвале. Но я пока не буду заходить. Я обойду.
It's locked, all right.
It's locked, alright. Yes. Yes. It's alright. But... это выход наружу. Где я никакой двери не увидел. Здесь тоже нет. Дверь? Нет. Дверь? Нет. Что сюда? О, да. Спасибо, подписчик, я просто разлучился. Подписчик нужен.
Good evening.
My good friends, if I may have your attention. Behold our visitor, the good Dr. Reed. Newborn of blood so pure and strong that even my friend Fergal Bansha was no match for him. Come forward, young Ekon, for we have so much to discuss. Welcome to the Ascalon Club, Dr. Reed. I am Lord Redgrave, Earl of Bristol and chairman of this exclusive association.
Lord Redgrave.
At last we meet. I've been
Приветствую, мой дорогой зритель.
I've heard some astounding things about you. Please accept my condolences for your loss, Dr. Reed.
Thank you, my lord. Lady Ashbury expressed your wish to meet me.
Yes. The lady has always been a useful acquaintance, though not all.
Привет, привет, и напиши что-нибудь в чате, пообщаемся. Потому что уже дико рубит спать, на часах уже 3 ночи, и очень долгий стрим.
Yes, she is. I may even say I admire her probity and her kindness. She has helped me since I was reborn.
The centuries have taught me never to trust a woman completely, especially if she is immortal. Too prone to emotions, if you ask me. Too fickle when it comes to important decisions.
My lord, do not expect me to speak ill of Lady Ashbury.
Of course not, and I praise your loyalty. Would you offer the same fidelity to the Empire?
What do you mean?
I speak of the Skull Plague that threatens London and the country. You have been on the front line in the East End, but the time has come to open up a second front here.
The epidemic has escaped the quarantine. You have new cases of the outbreak.
We don't know for certain, but we cannot allow the disease to threaten the prominent heads of Great Britain.
Why are you suddenly so friendly? The last time I met one of yours, he tried to kill me.
Are you referring to Fergal? He was the most useful of servants, but he was just a servant. You, on the other hand, Doctor, proved yourself much more worthy.
You want me to find possible sources of...
Straight to the point, like all eager newborns. We shall have time to talk about all this, Dr. Reed, but first, I should like to get to know you better.
Talk? Is that the only reason you asked me here?
Well, no. I also wanted to meet the intriguing Ekon, who made such a powerful progeny of his sister. You have not learned the name of your maker, am I correct?
It's of no concern of yours.
Have no embarrassment, Dr. Reed. We all make mistakes. But whatever your lineage, you are definitely Ascalon material.
What do you mean?
I would like you to become a member of the Ascalon Club, and to serve me as such.
Before I accept,
Please ask.
what does it mean?
It means that you swear to protect the interests of the Crown, that you become a loyal servant of the British Empire.
Do you have any official record?
No. Of course, the Ascalon Club publicly supports the Empire, but the true nature of its members...
Am I supposed to follow orders?
As founder and chairman of the club, I alone am entitled to make demands of our members. And I do appreciate obedience.
What is the Ascalon Club?
We follow the credo of William Marshall, the greatest knight who ever lived. As was he, we are sworn to protect the British Empire.
What does Ascalon mean?
Ascalon was the lance wielded by St. George, glorious patron saint of England when he slew the dragon. And like that lance, we pierce the hearts of all our nation's enemies.
William Marshall founded the Ascalon Club.
Not exactly. William Marshall granted me immortality, and I founded the club a few years later. The good knight has been gone for so long.
Можешь в чат, мой друг, записать что-нибудь по игре или... Дай посмотреть игру.
I killed Fergal, who claimed to be one of yours. Sent to cleanse the East End of all skulls. Will his death be an issue?
Do not worry. My priorities have changed. Fergal was a zealous servant of mine, but like any servant, he had his limitations and is readily replaced if necessary.
I agree to join the club. My initiation.
Fear not. Nothing fancy nor dangerous. It is just that we, the members of Ascalon, believe that tradition and custom are the backbone of this country. My fellow members, dear friends, please gather and welcome this Ekon as one of our own.
Is he worthy? Is his blood pure?
Well, speak, Dr. Reed, in front of the most sacred blood. The blood of our beloved William Marshall. Speak now. Will you serve and protect the crown as he did?
Yes, I will.
Then, young Ekon, it is time to testify with your blood. It is time to sign the Book of Allegiance. I know it's awfully gothic and a tad pedantic, but England's traditions are the backbone of our nation. Delightful. Welcome to the Ascalon Club, Dr. Reed. Take your place among the bearers of the lance.
One of us! One of us!
I personally went patrolling last night in the West End, and I spotted at least 2 foreign Ekons. This is an outrage. We shall chase these intruders down.
I was chased by a gigantic Falcon 2 nights ago.
I thought it was Fergal.
How could you barely spoke English?
Нафигово, что не с одинаково, конечно.
That went well, did it not? It is always useful to bolster the troops' morale, especially before a difficult battle.
You have the makings of a general, my lord.
I was, though very long ago. Well, not quite a general, but a proud defender of...
So why did you really want...
Straight to the point again, young Ekon. All right, let's talk, you and I, Lance Sparrow.
I'm listening, my lord.
According to my spies, you have worked with Dr. Edgar Swansea on the epidemic, and your findings were quite alarming.
Do you know...
Not personally, But I've been told he has some sort of immortal fetish and is a good friend of yours.
Does it bother you that I consider him my good friend?
As long as you reveal nothing of the club's inner workings, why should I forbid you engaging in conversation with the good Dr. Swansea?
You were spying?
Not personally. I rarely leave this building. But once he found you, Fergal kept me informed. Until you put an end to his mission.
Who was Fergal? I don't see him sipping tea with the others in the club.
Fergal Banshire was my squire of sorts. Even before becoming that magnificent beast, he was a brute. He served me well for decades.
No, I mean, what was he? He was clearly no ordinary vampire.
No. He was a Volcod. All muscles and instinct. Quite the rare breed. Ferociously territorial. Mortals often mistake them for werewolves.
You do know I killed him?
Yes.
Will you bear ill will towards me for his death?
Of course not. Your victory was quite impressive and courageous. You earned my respect.
Yes, I'm convinced the recent invasion of frenzied Skulls in London is directly linked to the epidemic. This is not the Spanish flu, but something else.
I would be glad to hear more of your discoveries, Dr. Reed, but for now, my main concern is the security of London's inhabitants, both mortal and immortal.
What do you mean?
Alarmed by the epidemic, the Guard of Prewen has started a war against us British vampires. To appease the situation, we must eradicate the Skulls.
Skulls are hostile vectors of contagion, that is a fact. But first and foremost, they are victims.
I agree, Dr. Reed. Most of the new Skulls who roam the streets at night used to be good British citizens, but they must be put down nevertheless.
So, what do you want me to do?
I want you to investigate the city thoroughly. I have reason to fear there are cases of contagion in this part of town. Our absolute priority is to find and cleanse them.
And how would you like me to proceed?
By all means necessary, Dr. Reed. You are now a member of the Ascalon Club and you have carte blanche. Interrogate the locals, follow all the leads you find, and get results. How's your investigation going?
I have a few questions.
All right, but...
You made me swear on the blood of William Marshall during my initiation ceremony. Why was that?
William Marshall was the most glorious knight who ever lived. He served 5 kings, and was a living example of probity for all. And he was my maker.
Ну, пускай на фоне ковра будет, как будто они в обычной хрущевке это делают.
William Marshall was a vampire.
That would be joyful news, for it would mean he still walks among us. But alas, the great knight has left this world for good.
Why is his blood so sacred to the Ascalon?
He was simply the greatest defender of the realm we have ever known. I fought by his side at the Battle of Preston, and he made me his progeny following the fight.
What can you tell me?
It's a major concern, and I'm convinced we'll only get a satisfactory conclusion by putting an end to the epidemic.
I have already met Geoffrey McCullum. I am certain he will persist until he has killed every last vampire.
The Guard's current successful recruitment campaign is driven by the ravenous behavior of the Skulls.
I see. So without the epidemic creating Skulls, the Guard could not convince anybody of our presence.
Exactly. Once we have put the epidemic behind us, we need only wait until the Guard grows old and weak. Time will once again become our ally.
What about the risk of a full-scale attack here? Jeffrey McCullum is a daring leader.
That is exactly why so many of our number have left the country until things improve. But not me. I founded this club.
May I ask you about the mortal who attended my initiation? Mr. Aloysius Dawson.
A member of the club does not normally ask questions about other members. We trust each other mutually.
So he really is a member, then?
Indeed. Only the most eminent members are allowed to attend such ceremonies. Even if I admit some of us fled during the first hours of the Great Hunt.
But Mr. Dawson is mortal. Are you not afraid he might reveal who you are? Especially to your enemies.
Aloysius Dawson is a man of his word, as are all of us. This is the Ascalon Club, Dr. Reed. We do not grant access to the unworthy.
Goodbye, Lord.
Godspeed, Dr. Reed.
Good evening, Dr. Reed. How does it feel to be this evening's centerpiece? Figuratively.
I feel like the newcomer, and I do not like it at all.
Do not be alarmed. The Ascalon Club has a tried and tested policy for choosing its initiates.
May I ask who you are, sir?
Why would you be interested?
Well, as you seem to be the only man in the room with a beating heart, you draw quite a bit of attention yourself.
Ah, vampire senses never cease to fascinate me. They dwarf those of mere mortals. I am Aloysius Dawson, by the way.
Are you not afraid?
Sir, it's for that very reason that I joined the club in the first place.
Is not the nature of this club a secret?
My dear Dr. Reed, I have spent years and a fortune precisely to gather that kind of information.
So you are...
I have been a member of many clubs in many countries. But I must admit, this one is my favorite.
Are you a member?
Yes, I am. And I have been for many years. And will be until the day I die.
Are you sick?
Personally, I consider my advancing years are a sickness in itself. My body is slowly abandoning me, Dr. Reed.
What can you...
It's not really my place to give you such information. I am merely a mortal member, and a dying one at that.
What can you tell me?
I would not dare speak of our chairman without his consent.
Mr. Dawson, of Dawson and Dawson, the wealthiest man in England. It is a pleasure to meet such a prominent figure of London.
A withering London figurehead, to be precise.
Are you sick, Mr. Dawson? I am a doctor, you know.
My case is beyond the scope of traditional medicine. I have spent fortunes on the world's most competent doctors to arrive at that diagnostic conclusion.
I'm sorry to hear that, sir. Should I suppose that you're here in search of some form of immortality?
Absolutely not. I'm here to implement my plan to save the city I was born in. To cast out the ghastly evil that has us all on our knees.
What is this?
I am sure Lord Redgrave will enlighten you more effectively than I.
What do you know?
I should not say this, but I admire their commitment. This is what the nation needs right now.
Would you help?
No. There is a time for such methods. But brute force will not be enough to fight this plague. We have to think differently.
But they are...
They are not mine, Dr. Reed.
Money cannot solve every problem. This mysterious epidemic is going to require more than money can buy.
You're right. Money is nothing unless one has the will to wield it. I have a plan, sir. A radical one that will save all that is essential in London.
What is your plan, then?
Quarantine and barricades are futile. What we need is a wall. A formidable, unscalable wall to isolate the deserving from the infected masses.
But that would segregate the rich from the poor, would it not? It would be unjust.
Our only course of action must be to save England. And to save England, we have to make sacrifices.
Are you not mistaking sacrifice for summary execution?
Why do you care? Are you not a vampire? Removed from all mortal concerns? Decisiveness is what the city needs, and it needs it now.
Welcome to the Ascalon Club, then, Dr. Reed.
Что ж, пожалуй, на этом я завершу стрим. Наверное, сегодня он занял около 10 часов. Это, блин, было прилично. Но игра очень крутая, мне очень нравится. Спасибо тебе, зритель, за то, что был со мной все это время. Не знаю, ты ли это был до этого, потом куда-то уходил, но все же.
I'm investigating the source of the epidemic in this district. Have you noticed anything unusual?
I heard rats. Many rats around that big house. Funny smell too. Dead flesh.
And where is this house?
West of the park. Not very far. A big house with no sound, life left.
I must go.
К западу от парка.